Good morning, everyone. So glad to see everybody here today. Thanks for joining us for Module 2. Heather Pipkin is going to be monitoring the chat for questions during the training. And Heather, if you don't care also to be monitoring the admit, if anybody comes in just a little bit late, that would be awesome. We're going to go ahead and get started. And I'm going to pull up the agenda. So we have a full agenda today. We are going to be talking about case notes, of course, as you got in the email. But something cool that we're going to be doing too is we're going to have a panelist of people. Mr. Mike Williard, Miss Latoya Williams, and Mr. Bobby Strobel are all going to be answering your questions at the end of today. They have some questions that we are going to ask them, and they're going to be answering those, and we think that those will be able to help as well. So we're super excited about that part. But one thing that isn't on the agenda is Mr. Elroy, the program operations chief, is going to be giving a welcoming. So Mr. Elroy, take it away.
Good morning, everybody. I'm glad to be here. Appreciate all of you taking time to participate in this. I will tell you that DWS Central Office, Employment Assistance Unit, we're very excited about this effort. And I will also tell you, we have shared this with the U.S. Department of Labor, our state liaison, Felicia Blair, and she has raved about it and intends to share what Arkansas is doing with other states in our region here. And I think case management is a very timely topic, a very important topic. And I will tell you, I spent 10 years in the TANF program from 2006 to 2016. And one of the issues that we found was that whenever we had participants who would appeal, one of the issues we found when we would go before the appeal tribunals, we would lose because our case notes did not tell the story. And for those who may not know this, I will tell you that case notes are legal documents and they can be pulled for any type of appeal or any type of a legal matter. So I would encourage everyone as you go through the training today, please remember that what you are doing when you enter case notes, you are representing this agency, you are representing the WIOA program, and anything that you fail to include or anything that you include that shouldn't be in there. Think about what would you want an outside party or the public to see. So just keep those type things in mind, but the basic thing is that case management, case notes and case management, they tell that story. What issues the participant had, what did we do about it, and how are they progressing along the way as they move towards self-sufficiency. So with that, I would just like to say thank you to Ms. Smith and Ms. Pipkin and Stephanie Blair. You all, this is a great idea. We definitely do appreciate it. We're excited about it, and I hope everyone gets something out of today's session. So thank you. With that, I'll turn it back over to you, Liz.
Thank you, Mr. Elroy. We appreciate that. Miss Stephanie Blair, do you have any welcomings that you would like to do at this time?
Good morning. No, I don't have anything. I am just excited to just sit here and listen and take this all in on case notes. I hope that that the participants here gain more knowledge and information and a greater understanding and appreciation for case notes. I think Chief Willoughby summed it up. I didn't, I think he summed it up well. So I don't really have anything to add. Just glad to be here and excited to be in the training. Thank you, Heather and Liz. Y'all are awesome. Thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Blair. Okay, so I guess we'll go ahead and get started with the case note training. First of all, I would like to say I am no expert whatsoever. I am learning just like you're learning, and that's what I'm excited about today, is to learn together. A lot of the things that I took are from Workforce GPS. It is a great tool to use. I also use some of James Moss's presentation, as well as Heather Pipkin's. We kind of work together on this. So I'm going to ask my colleagues who are in the academy that if I start messing up, or that if you would like to add anything, please feel free to do so. Heather, can you see the case note training PowerPoint?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Okay, so let's get started. The first thing that I thought was, let's go ahead and answer your questions that you had. We had very few, so actually just 2 questions. So I thought we would start with that. The first question we had was, is there a proper title to use on case notes? And the answer is yes, there is. Each area does it just a little bit differently, but if you're going based upon the PEARL, you should have a specific title that you're using as the descriptor, and we're going to talk about that at the end of the presentation. The second question is, why can't there be an option to edit the case note instead of having to get the note deleted and rewriting if a mistake is made or something left out, misspelled, etc.? So that is a really good question. That's a question I had when I first started with WIOA too, is how come we can't delete these? How come we can't go back and try to fix it that way? Well, the answer is AJL is not only used by Arkansas, by the state of Arkansas. AJL is a national company, and several states within the United States use this. So when they first started to implement AJL throughout these states, there was leaders throughout the states that came together and made that decision. They all had the vote that we shouldn't be allowed to delete the case notes. And I can see the very good positives of that is if you put something in there, you don't want someone else to delete it if it was an accident or anything like that. So your managers, your directors should have access to delete that. If they don't, they can always reach out to Sandy Monaco. Okay, so first thing to remember for case notes, if it's not documented, it didn't happen, right? You hear that a lot, probably in every case note training you have ever been a part of. If it is not documented, it did not happen. And that goes back to what Mr. Elroy was saying. These are legal documents. And I'll just tell you right now, for North Central, we ran into an issue where if we hadn't documented things the way that we did, we could have been in a very, very tough situation. But because we did a good job in documenting what was going on with this certain participant, we were able to show the truth in the matter. So the Arkansas state requirements for case notes, there is a policy, and you can find it on DWS's website, about case management. And it talks about a case note should be made at the time of enrollment, at least once a month during participation, when a supportive service or any other type of service has been provided, or any contact has been made at exit and during follow-up. So if you talk to your participant anytime, whether it's through text message, whether it's through the phone, whether it's through email, that's when you should make a case note. You should also include information regarding the determination of eligibility. So what does that mean? You should literally list out what services you offered to that participant in your case note. So there's 3 big things that I consider standards for a good case note. The first one is who is your audience? That's what you always need to consider when you're writing a case note. So your audience is going to be not only yourself as the case manager writing the case note, it's going to be your managers, it's going to be the state of Arkansas, DWS, and also it's going to be DOL. So you have to remember that you're not the only person who's going to be reading this case note. There are several people who are going to be reading the case note. And another thing, another part of your audience is, what if you are to retire or you are to move on to a different job or anything like that? The person who comes in behind you should be able to look at your case notes and get the full story. So you want to be clear in what you're writing. You want to be relevant, and you want it to be useful. So I don't know if I told everybody, but we are going to be giving away a gift card today. And so this is the first question. In the chat, just put A, B, C, or D. The person who answers the most questions accurately and first, I guess, will win the gift card at the end. So how often should you add a case note? A, at least once a month. B, whenever something significant happens, and or at least once a month. C, only when supportive services are being offered. And D, only when my manager notices I have missed some. Give you about 10 seconds. I think everybody pretty much got that one right. Yeah, it's B, whenever something significant happens and or at least once a month. So this BroCrypt structure that we're fixing to look at, it came from Workforce GPS. And I really liked it because it covers everything. It's a weird acronym. It's a little bit strange to try to remember, but if you get this and you print it out and you put it on your desk or somewhere close to you and have it around, soon you'll be able to not even have to look at it whenever you're doing your case notes. It'll just come naturally to you. Yes.
There's a question in the chat box.
Okay.
I'm in.
Will the
Yeah,
screen,
okay.
Thank you.
All right.
will the screen notes be something we can print to jot additional notes on? Are they going to get a copy of this PowerPoint so they can take notes on it?
Yes, absolutely. Yeah. And that's something that we'll mention at the end too. Well, I'll go ahead since you brought it up. We've had an issue with trying to get the PowerPoints out to you guys because they're such large documents. So something really cool that has been implemented is you can go on to Eastern Arkansas's website. And Heather, could you put that into the chat, please? And you'll see a tab at the top that says training. And all the information will be under there that you can download. This PowerPoint's not on there right now, but it will be on there after we get done here. And I believe that DWS will be putting it on their website at some point too. Okay, so let's go through BroCrypt really quickly. So the B stands for background statement. That's how you want to start with your case note, is what is the participant situation? You want to include the conditions and the circumstances around which the interview was scheduled. Then your second one is reason statement. That's the purpose, function, or intended use of the interview. What are you guys talking about? Is the person going to be going to school or work experience or on the job training? O is observation statement. Could be good or bad, and it's always objective, meaning that it's fact and never opinion. So, and we're going to look at that in the next slide too. C is the content statement. It's the substance of the interview, a summary of the events of what took place between you and the participant. R is the results statement. It's the outcome of the interview. Did the meeting accomplish its purpose? So if you met with this participant to get them enrolled in college, did you guys accomplish that purpose? You're going to want to include that in your case notes because you need to have an accurate and a well-rounded picture. I is the impression statement, overall assessment of the progress the participant is making in attaining their goals. So how is this person doing? Do they need a little extra help, or what can you help them with in attaining their goals? And then P is the plan statement. At the very end of your case note, you're going to want to state what's going to happen next and what you guys are going to be focusing on when you meet again. But always remember that you can add a case note at any time throughout that month when you talk with them. So some case notes, do's and don'ts. You do, of course, want to keep your intended audience in mind, DOL, DWS, your managers, somebody who's going to come behind you and take your position at some point. You want to be clear and concise, state your facts, not opinions, be specific in what you're saying, summarize confidential information rather than recording in detail. So if you're talking about some type of medical issue with the participant, you're not going to put all of that stuff into the case note. That's confidential, so you're just going to be very vague about that. However, it is going to be in the participant's file. Include any and all relevant info relayed by the participant, and then do not state personal opinions, record personal info, write one-sentence notes, or omit important info. That last one, that kind of seems like a given, but sometimes the omit important info, we start thinking, well, does this look bad on our participant? Should I not put that in there? You should absolutely put everything into the case note as long as it's not confidential information or, like this very last one says, conversations that's had by management. So yes, put that information in there because 2 or 3 weeks later down the road, you may need that information and you won't have it in your case notes because remember, if you didn't document it, it didn't happen. Okay, so the second gift card question, what does the P in the acronym BROCRIP stand for? Is it A, plan statement, B, project goals, C, purple pig, or D, purpose? Okay, the majority of the answer was A, plan statement. Let's go back and look here because that's a big one. Plan statement states what will happen next, focusing on the next steps. Very good. You guys nailed it. Okay, so let's do opinions versus facts. So that can be a little bit tough sometimes, in my opinion. But let's look at how we can kind of offset that. So look at this opinion. Participant has a drinking problem. Let's state the facts. The career advisor smelled alcohol in the participant's body and observed slurred speech and red eyes. Participant does not read and write well. I don't read well because it says not write and read well. But the fact is the career advisor noticed the participant was struggling with the application. The career advisor asked the participant if he needed assistance. So you're taking kind of what your opinion is, but you're putting the fact in there of what actually happened. Participant came into the office looking nasty and smelling bad, so therefore he is homeless. Well, the fact is the career advisor asked the participant about their living situations and discovered that the participant is homeless. So you can't make an assumption just because you think it happened. You need to have facts behind it. Participant came in with a child and did not have a ring on her wedding finger Therefore, she is a single parent. The career advisor checked the application for barriers and discovered that the participant is a single parent. So there are a few common mistakes that are done within case notes, and two of them are one sentence case notes and then documenting without showing what the WIOA or what partner services have provided. So you cannot tell the participant story in a one sentence case note. Go back to BroCrypt. It has to have each one of those steps in each one of your case notes. And so if you have a one sentence case note, you're not telling what WIOA is doing. You're not telling the next steps. You're not telling what the next step is, what services were provided, or is this a follow-up on a previous case note? And if you're documenting without showing what WIOA or partner services have been doing, we're missing out on capturing all of what we are offering as well as our partners are offering. So let's just look at this first one. Career advisor spoke to Jan today. She is looking for part-time employment while she is participating in OST. Jan informed career advisor that she has an interview coming up this week and is nervous. So she told you she was nervous, yet there were no services provided. So if she's nervous about her interview, did you offer her interview tips? Did you offer to go through a mock interview with her? You probably did, but you didn't record it, so it didn't happen. Let's look at examples of not so good case notes, okay? So for instance, this one up at the top right. Blank is enjoying school and is maintaining his classwork. I have no idea if I were to look at this case note, where he's going to school, what he's going for, what type of work he is doing. What does maintaining his classwork mean? Does that mean he is, caught up with all of his homework, or does that mean that he's making good grades? There's a lot of questions left to be answered on that. And then if you look down here at the bottom for this one is about a supportive service because it says February rent voucher. Blank sent in her schedule and everything for us to assist with her housing, and I turned everything in for approval. Still, more questions that were left unanswered. Did she apply somewhere else for housing? Because if she didn't, that's a red flag right there. Everybody for supportive services needs to be looking somewhere else because we're a last effort grant. So it also says that she sent in her schedule. Well, what does that mean? Is that her work schedule? Is that her school schedule? I don't know. So you can kind of see how one sentence case notes do no good whenever trying to explain what's going on with the participant. All right, third gift card question. What should you avoid putting in a case note? A, opinion instead of fact. B, detailed medical information. C, conversations had by management. Or D, all of the above. Okay, awesome. Yeah, so the answer is D, all of the above. You want to make sure you're putting fact instead of your opinion. You want to make sure that you're not putting detailed medical information into the case notes. And of course, you do not want to put conversations had by management. So now we're going to look at the Pearl number and the descriptor information. This that is in an Excel before you is from Eastern. And I think that every area is going to do the descriptor just a little bit different but it has to be based upon the Pearl number. And this is really good information here and will be sent out to you as well whenever it's put on the website. But as you can see, there is specific things that you need to be putting into the descriptor based upon whatever the Pearl number is and whatever program it is as well. Are there any questions, Heather, about any of this?
No, ma'am, there were no questions.
Okay, well, that is it for the PowerPoint. I'm going to turn off my camera and mic while the three panelists go ahead and get on if they don't care to.
I'm on, but this is Mike Williard. I'm on, but I don't have a camera.
Well, I'm sad that we can't see your beautiful face today, Mike. Thank you all for doing this, Miss Latoya, Mr. Bobby, and Mr. Mike. We appreciate you guys agreeing to be on this panel today. I have three questions that I'd like to ask each one of you, and we'll go ahead and Bobby, we'll start with you on this first question.
Okay.
How does your local area ensure case notes are completed in a timely manner, and when to enter the case note?
Best thing to do is right after, like you said, right after you have the contact with the person or you provide a service for that person. You can, as we all know, we could talk to them on the phone. We can talk to them through things. We can even talk with the school. You want to make sure that how you talk to the school and how you talk to them, you put those documents in there too. Like I spoke to the school in reference to financial aid. I spoke to the school in reference to school schedule into certificates. Our area, a lot of the managers, and we also go back and check and make sure all of our staff is doing it once every month. As you think, actually, we like to do it more than once a month because most times you're going to be talking to that client more than once a month. Like you said before, and then your PowerPoint, which I thought was very well done. The minimum is one per month, especially when you're providing services and keep in contact and make sure you're building that relationship throughout the program with you and with follow-up.
Thank you, Mr. Bobby. And I really like what you said too, talking with the school. That was something that I left out and didn't intentionally do that. But the career specialists don't just have to talk to the participant. They can talk to the schools, they can talk to the employers. And that was a great point that you brought up. Miss Latoya, do you care to answer the same question?
Sure. I definitely agree. Those are some key points. Also for us, you definitely can get busy throughout the process. So of course we have Outlook calendar reminders. We also meet bi-weekly. So we're able to do those reminders, and we have morning conference calls. So reminders are given during those times as well, just to kind of keep everyone abreast as to what's going on in those reminders as well.
Thank you. I like how you guys meet together in different formats, and I think that's key. Communication is key, because career specialists, career advisors, whatever you use for that, they get busy. If they've got 50, 60 participants, that's a lot. And so when management is able to help out and to remind and to keep that communication open, I think that is a very key part of getting case notes done. Thank you. Mr. Mike, do you have anything you would like to add on that question?
Yes, ma'am. What we do up here in Northeast, each case manager, we keep an Excel spreadsheet of all of our participants. And on the spreadsheet, we have their name and the date of the last case note that was done on them. That way, it gives us a way of going back and checking. We go back and check each week, take that spreadsheet, review the files, make sure that the case notes are up to date, and make sure we haven't missed someone. And then periodically, maybe every 2 weeks, we'll go back through the files and make sure all the case notes again are up to date. That's just kind of a backup to our spreadsheet that we do. We just want to make sure all case notes are entered in a timely manner. And like the previous said, that, you know, we try to do it as it happens, but sometimes we get busy. It may be a day or two. So anyway, that's what we do up here.
Okay, Liz, I have a comment and there is a question in the chat box.
Okay, go ahead, Heather.
So my comment is, Stephanie Blair put this in the chat box as well. If you're co-enrolling, you have partner agencies. So your case notes can be provided to you by your partner agencies as well. Your partner may speak to your client and you weren't able to, so you can reach out to your partner and, you know, they can let you know what's going on. And the question in the chat box is there a way to pull a report that shows the last case note entered for active participants without going into individual accounts? I will answer this, and the answer to that is no, not at this time, but a ticket was sent in to AJLA and they are working on getting that added to the reports. We just don't know when it will be. What Eastern is doing to make sure that everything is entered and all the case notes is just the first of the month, just print out the list of names of your participants. When you get done with the case note, just highlight the name. Or like was mentioned a while ago, you know, create a spreadsheet until AJLA can get this in there.
Thank you, Heather. Thank you, Ms. Stephanie. Thank you, Mike. I think those are all really great points. And I hope that AJL gets the reporting set up pretty soon, because that was a handy thing to have when we had the old AJL. For the second question, I'm going to start with you, Mr. Mike. What advice can you give to career advisors that are unsure about what information to include in a case note?
Well, it sounded like you pretty well covered that a while ago. My advice would be just stay with the relevant information as to why you're entering it. And like I said, put fact in, not opinion. And to me, that makes a good case note.
Thank you, Mr. Mike. Ms. Latoya?
I would agree with that statement as well. You can always go back and do an updated case note as well. And you can always ask. It's good to ask sometimes. We all can be uncertain about different things. And we often do that on our calls. Sometimes we share a little bit of information so they can get a grasp as to what would be beneficial to put in, especially if you have someone that is new at doing this and just now joining the team. So always ask if you have any doubt about that.
That's a great point to bring up. Thank you. Yeah, we need to be communicating with one another and asking questions when we don't understand something. Mr. Bobby, would you like to add something to that?
I loved when you said facts, not opinions. I believe that said a lot. And I've seen some case notes in the past that were opinions and didn't need to be in there. But I also wanted to add that you want your notes to tell a story. For instance, like you mentioned earlier, someone can retire, someone maybe finds a new job, or something happens that we don't know, and you have somebody else has to come in. You want that case notes to be a story that can tell everything, the whole story, so that they won't have to, I don't want to look foolish in front of the client, but they'll know and give the confidence to the client that you know what's going on, you know all the little details, and you can even pick up where they were doing. I also would like to say, make sure you get a title. I've seen so many case notes in the past, but I've seen a lot getting better lately in the past couple of years. But when I first came on, I hated to see the title for the note, case note, or just this and that. It also helps when your managers and can't speak for the state or DOL, but when they come along and they look at your things and they're trying to find that information, if your title states what your case note is, it's a whole lot easier for them to find it and spend less time that they can be doing other things. Just provide accurate and appropriate information is the best advice I've heard. the clients in any situation.
Thank you, Mr. Bobby. You brought up a great point as well. When DOL is going in to look at the case notes, they don't want to see the descriptor to say case note, case note, case note, because it gives no information as to what that case note is about. And that was a very good point that you brought up. Ms. Latoya, I'm going to ask you this last question first. What other best practices can you share with us regarding the importance of the accuracy of case notes?
Well, I definitely would go back to everything that was discussed in the PowerPoints, and as well as some of the statements made in regards to the other questions. Just definitely ensuring that you are putting facts in there, being as detailed as possible without disclosing too much personal information. Definitely with the descriptor as to what the case note is regarding, and such as myself being someone who's been here about a year, coming in and reading something, make sure that you are truly telling the story. That is huge, especially if you have someone who transitions out and you have a new person coming in to take over that particular caseload. So you aren't completely lost as to what was the thought process as to why this person did or didn't do whatever. So that's what I would say with that.
Thank you, Ms. Latoya. And I like what you brought up about the thought process, because that's what the case notes are supposed to go in order of. You know, and if you're a career specialist, a career advisor, go back and look at the previous case note that you just wrote, because you may want to build upon that so that it builds a story like Ms. Latoya was talking about and shows the thought process of what you're trying to do. Mr. Mike?
Yes, ma'am. What some of the things I would suggest was, if you have other staff, maybe review your case notes to kind of see if it makes sense to them. Complete sentences. Also, review the case note once you write it. You wouldn't believe how many times I went in there and done a case note, fixing to hit that submit, and then I read it and it doesn't make sense. For some reason, I've left some words out. So just go review your case notes and make sure it makes sense to you. Also, enter the notes in a timely manner. If you're old like me, you may not remember 2 or 3 days later what you want to put in there. So do it in a timely manner, and that seems to help. And that way you can remember your details. You don't forget what you want to put in there.
Thank you, Mr. Mike. We appreciate that. Mr. Bobby, would you like to add to that?
I just want to emphasize 2 points I've heard and I thought was very good. I just want to make sure that it's emphasized. Good documentation can save you in audits, and when the state or DOL comes talking and they say, well, why didn't you do this? Well, if you documented that you did this and this, and I'm not saying that clients lie, but let's be honest, sometimes they think that if they argue, they can get a little something else. But if you have documentation in your files of what you've done and when you did it, that saves you, and the state goes, okay, yeah, I see where you did that. I see where you did this. And then they can bring that up. The last thing is what Mike said too, is before you save it, look at it and ask the questions: who, what, when, where, how, and why. And if all those are answered, you're good. Make sure it makes sense. I've been in Mike's position too. When I write something, I'm like, that really doesn't make any sense. So I have to go back and redo it. So.
Thank you, Mr. Bobby. I appreciate that. Those are very good answers to these questions. Thank you, Mike. Thank you, Bobby. Thank you, Latoya, for being on this panel today. We appreciate all the insight that you were able to give us. Now we are going to move back to Mr. Chief Elroy. Mr. Elroy is going to talk about the email that was sent out about performance. Mr. Elroy?
Hello, it's me again. Could you give me ability to share my screen? And while we're doing that, I would just like to talk a little bit about program performance. And one of the first things, for those of you who may not be aware, one of the things that we states had been wondering due to the COVID pandemic, we were curious what would, if anything, would DOL do as far as providing states some additional flexibility and consideration due to the COVID pandemic. And the answer to that is absolutely nothing. Okay. On October 27, though, of this year, the 10-14-21 DOL released that. What they did say, they were going to utilize their federal flexibility. And for PY20, which ended earlier this year, and PY21, which will end next year, they were only going to sanction states for the two employment measures, employment rates, second and fourth quarter. And what I I just wanted to share with you in case you weren't aware. Ms. Monaco worked diligently to get our numerical data submitted to DOL 1st of October, and then our narrative report. We just submitted that actually last week. It's due, it was due on yesterday. But overall, the state of Arkansas looking pretty good on performance. However, one of the concerns, areas of concerns we have is in our youth program. And again, remember, there are certain thresholds that a state must fail to meet, and also the locals, to be considered as a failure. Generally, Arkansas, we work towards meeting 90% of our negotiated goal. And in 3 out of the 5 youth measures, we did not meet that 90% threshold. So we want to work on that. That was the placement rate for Q2. That was the credential and measurable skills gain. I'm going to tie this together in just a second. So, but one of the things we want to do is go ahead and be proactive and work on that because PY 20 and 21, states will only be fiscally sanctioned for missing their employment rates. However, beginning PY 22, it will begin next fall. Then all bets are off. All of our measures and all of our rates will then be subject to fiscal sanction. Now, I will tell you, there's a convoluted way that DOL will determine success and performance or failure. The primary measure of failure is not attaining at least 50% of your negotiated goal. What I mean by that, let's say we have an employment rate negotiated with the feds of 100%. 50% of that is 50. We don't get at least 50 out of 100%, then we're open up for sanctions. Not in any jeopardy of that right now, but we want to go ahead and begin working diligently. We do want to get those youth measures up. And again, on state level, we have shared with DOL the variety of states, some of the challenges we met that COVID presented. However, DOL's position is under the current federal legislation, there's only so much that they can do. So some of you may have received a copy of an email that I sent out. Let me get the date here, make sure I'm not telling lies. I sent out on November 22nd. And I want to say it was Liz or Heather. I don't remember which one, but I think it was Liz, talked about all of the information out on Workforce GPS. There is a wealth of information out there. The departments of labor and education have devoted a lot of time and energy in putting all types of guidance and cheat sheets and templates and everything out there for our use. And one of the things that I did find was 4 modules from what was called the WIOA Performance Indicators Summer e-learning series. And the topics are credential attainment, measurable skills gain, employment rate in second and fourth quarters after exit, and median earnings. So what we have asked in getting with Assistant Director Eddie Thomas and Deputy Assistant Director Beverly Lovett, said let's go ahead and make this a requirement for our locals and ask all of our workforce case managers, our one-stop operator staff, local board staff, anybody that's touching the workforce program, ask them to take the time to go through these modules. And if I could share my screen, I would show you, but I'll just talk through it.
Mr. Elroy,
Yes.
I am so sorry. Do you have an option to request that? I cannot give it to you.
No, it's blacked out. It said only meeting organizers and presenters can share. But you know what? We'll work through it.
I apologize for that.
No problem. No problem. But anyway, we want to make this a requirement for our locals as well as our state staff here in EA unit. So your regional advisors and Ms. Blair, myself, Ms. Monaco, we're all going to take these as well. We think that'll be beneficial to the state. Even though we're not under a true performance improvement plan, what we do want to be able to show DOL is that we take performance very seriously. And when we find that we've fallen down a little bit, we want to make certain that we have put things in place to be able to increase our performance. So that it's the purpose behind it. And I will tell you, this is something that we have shared with the DOL Dallas office and our federal project manager, Ms. Felicia Blair. She's very excited about us taking on this task, and she said she's interested to get some feedback from it. One of the things we want to do, we want to track by local area the percentage of staff that completed all 4 of the modules, and if not all 4, how many, what percentage of the staff completed each individual module 1, 2, 3, and 4. And then also we're going to send out a survey and ask for some feedback regarding the opinion of the modules. I know this e-learning is a something new that we're trying. However, as COVID continues to linger on, we're not certain when we'll be able to go back to a full in-person method of providing training and technical assistance. So we want to utilize all of the tools at our disposal. So we really are promoting this learning series. We ask that each local area will share this information and make this a requirement, if you will, for as many of your staff members as possible. I know I have been working around in WIOA since 2000, and I thought I had a pretty good handle on WIOA performance, but I went through the modules and there were some things that I learned that either I had forgotten or I'd never known. And what I really like about this module is the fact that they have some scenarios included in there. And I love examples and scenarios that it helps you apply the knowledge that you've learned. So I think they'll be very beneficial for all of you. And I would hope that as many of you as possible would take the opportunity to avail yourselves to these models and modules and complete that training. The other thing I'd like to talk about also regarding performance, we have been having, I guess since about this summer maybe, we have been having some periodic discussions, states regarding WIOA performance and moving forward. And one of the questions we really are trying to determine, and so far DOL hasn't really weighed in on that yet. I think it's because they really just don't know. But what impact will us states going to a bifurcated service delivery? You know, one while during COVID when it's hot and heavy, and we were trying to deliver services in more of a virtual fashion. And now I think we've kind of moved to maybe some virtual and some in person, some on site. Not knowing what the future holds, we are very interested in knowing what type of impact will this have on our service delivery models. We don't know. But one of the things I think I've heard inklings, for lack of a better term, nothing official, but I was participating in a call. I want to say it was mid-late summer, and one of the people out of DC said, well, if states are doing more virtual and not dealing with as much traffic coming through the centers as they did normally, would not their performance improve? And I said, I can see where you might say that. I said, but there at this point, there's nothing, no hard data that suggests that that's the case. The reason I'm sharing this with you, I would not be surprised if one of the impacts that comes out of the whole COVID thing is that DOL begins to believe that states could possibly and should probably have better performance, because the rationale is you'll have more time, you're doing less walk-ins, you're really scheduling a lot of your services with your participants and have more time to do your follow-up and all of that. That's why I think it's so important that Liz, Heather, and Stephanie Blair talking about case notes, because I suspect that one of the things that states will be expected to do is have better case notes. There's more time to sit down and really narrate your service delivery for each participant in those case notes. Another thing I can tell you, and I don't know if I'm supposed to share this, but I don't think my bosses are on the call. I don't think AD Thomas is on here, but I think Beverly Lovett is. Beverly, are you here? I'm gonna say it anyway. Another thing, guys, we have to be aware of, and this is not to try to scare you anything, but we're just being open and honest here. DOL has shared with us that if COVID allows, they do intend to come to the state of Arkansas and conduct 4 on-site reviews, okay? And we're talking about the state level and in 4 local areas. What we've got to do is make certain that we have our house clean and ready for company, okay? And that's not to say we have individuals who are not doing their jobs. I'm not saying that. What I am saying is this: make sure that we have documentation that we need, we have good case notes that we should have, and be able to tell the story beyond a shadow of a doubt, to where a third party can come in, they can pick up the case note and read and tell the story all the way through. The participant said they needed this, okay? And what case manager did you do to address that issue? The participant is participating in this, okay? What's the outcome along the way? Tell the story, the milestones. They got from point A to B, from B to C. Well, how did they do it? And what assistance did you provide? And then on the back end, what were the outcomes and the results of the provision of services? One of the issues that the feds have had in quite a while, and it was back in WIA and now also in WIOA, they say that states aren't giving them enough information to be able to tell a good story to Congress. Congress holds the purse strings to this program, okay? One of the reasons why DOL had started ratcheting up their on-site visits to states, and I'm not just talking about the WIOA Title I program, I'm talking about Title III, I'm talking about veterans, I'm talking about migrant seasonal farm workers, because they really are feeling pressure out of the national office. And getting information and preparing and sharing a good story with Congress to make certain that our federal funding is not at risk. Because the way the federal funding allocation formula works is based upon that total amount that Congress allocates for these various programs. Okay, so if there's any cut, it trickles down. It trickles down to states, it trickles down to the locals. Another example of the seriousness of this situation potentially, DOL has been releasing information asking states to be more descriptive in their activities that are going on in your annual reports, the narrative portion, and also in our state and local plans. It is time for us to update our state plan and also our local plans. One of the things that we have heard already from the Dallas Regional Office back here earlier this year, some of you may have participated and some may not, but DOL did a series of readiness assessments. They did one on each state and they did one on the local areas in the states. And what these were designed, they were these large templates with a series of questions designed to see how ready were states to come out from under COVID and be able to provide services in this post-COVID environment, because things probably will not go back to the way they were. And for those locals on the training today who participated, they know the depth of those questions. And one of the things that they were designed to do is to show locals and states where you are, but also where you need to be. Tying back into the state and local plans, one of the things Ms. Felicia Blair shared with us, guys, we want you guys to use those readiness assessments. And where there were questions that you could not answer, we want you to put in your state and local plans some solutions or some answers, okay? This was a mountainous task that DOL undertook. Ms. Blair shared with us how many of those actual assessments they did. I want to say she said they did like 270 or so, both state and local across the country. But they didn't go to all that trouble for nothing. They are trying to get ahead of the deliberations in Washington, D.C. for WIOA reauthorization. Because let us remember, this program should have been reauthorized by now. I'm talking about WIOA Title I. Should have been reauthorized by now, but with all that's going on with COVID and all, they began having some hearings in spring of this year, but they've kind of tabled that. I suspect after they get the everybody's annual reports that were due on yesterday, begin to comb through those a bit, that they'll pick up deliberations on reauthorization again in early 2022. Decisions will have to be made on funding levels. And also, anytime you reauthorize a federal program, that's the time when they begin to make tweaks to it. Maybe something in the original federal legislation, it didn't result in the outcomes that you were expecting. So you tweak it under reauthorization, because a full-fledged reauthorization, it opens up the entire piece of federal legislation and all types of changes can be made. Okay? Am I saying that the WIOA program as we know is going away? Absolutely, positively not. Please, ma'am, please, sir, don't go tell anybody I said that. What I am saying, it would not surprise me if there's some nibbling around the edges and some changes in the program, and also some changes in how funding is allocated. Some of you have been around long enough to remember during one of the reauthorizations of WIA years ago, they chopped off some of the allocation to states. They chopped off the top and made some of those monies available for states to apply and turn those into discretionary grant opportunities, meaning it wasn't automatically allocated to every state and every U.S. territory. They took that off the top, and you had to apply for them if you established programs with certain parameters or services with certain parameters. Okay, that is a possibility of some things that could be changing. But what we are, what's incumbent upon us to do, what we must do, is make certain that we are administering this program and providing these services to the best of our ability. That's the best thing that we can do. And another thing, professional development, professional development, professional development. A lot of us on this call right now, we know WIOA, or we knew WIOA. However, what we have to make certain, periodically, you have to go back and refresh your memory and your knowledge base. And I'll put my hand up first. Elroy was the first one. Those modules shined a bright light in my dark places in my mind. There were things that I honestly just had forgotten, or maybe never knew in the first place. So you will see in calendar 2022, you will see us putting a stronger emphasis on making access to training, professional development for both state and local staff, because we understand during COVID, I don't know about you guys, but here in central office, I know we have suffered from a number of staff changes. There in some areas, critical areas here, there has been some drastic turnover. I suspect some of you have experienced the same. So I think that is one of the consequences of a worldwide pandemic and a worker shortage, where people either have A, due to COVID, they may have just gone home, or B, they have gone on to greener pastures. So it's incumbent upon us to make certain that we have something in place to develop our new staff, reinforce things with our experienced staff, and stay abreast of any potential changes. We here at Central Office, we pledge to, anytime we hear of anything, we will share it with our local directors. We have those regularly scheduled meetings, and we try to share information. Anything that we hear, we'll try to get it out to them, and they share it downstream with you all. But we just have to maintain our focus and our diligence. And I certainly do appreciate, again, every one of you on here, Liz, Heather, Stephanie. This is a wonderful example of our state's workforce practitioners coming together and trying to do the right thing, trying to enhance our skills, trying to share knowledge with one another, okay? Because when there is a failure, it's the state of Arkansas. It's not central office, it's not that local area or that local area, it's the state of Arkansas, okay? Performance failures, it hits the governor's statewide set-aside monies. Doesn't matter who's the cause of it, it's the system. So the system, including all of us in Title I, there's Title II, Title III, Title IV, and then we also have some non-court partners. Because I'll let you in on this and I'm gonna shut up. One of the things in the WIOA federal regulations, if the state, again, there goes that state word, if the state fails performance and is fiscally sanctioned, that doesn't just mean WIOA Title I. That means if there's a failure on any of the 4 core partner programs, WIOA Title I is the one where the monies will be taken from. So we are our brother's keepers in this thing. Now, maybe on the reauthorization, when DOL fully implements their performance sanction and accountability process, maybe Titles II, maybe Title IV, maybe they'll be included in the fiscal sanction for performance failure. But right now, it all rests on the monies of the WIOA Title I program. Okay, with that, I think I've talked for I don't know how long, about 20 minutes. That may have been more than what you wanted to know about it. But I thank you. Liz is laughing at me. Come on now. Hey, hey, be lucky I couldn't share, because I got about 4 screens up of stuff I was going to share. So I'm gonna hand it back over to Liz. Thank you so much again, guys. If y'all do me one favor, please, ma'am, please, sir, join me in a virtual hand clap for Liz and Heather. Heather, stop clapping. We're clapping for you. Stop it.
I'm clapping for Liz.
Join me in clapping for Liz and for Heather. Thank y'all so much. And don't forget Miss Stephanie Blair, when she came to me and told me that you ladies came up with the idea, and I'm like, do what now? And she said it again. She said, the locals are going to lead this, blah, 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 blah. I'm like, hush your mouth. Are you serious? She said, yeah. I'm like, wow. And I couldn't wait to tell DOL. I jumped in front of Stephanie Blair. We were on a call with Felicia Blair out of Dallas, even though they ain't got nothing to do with me. I said, oh, Felicia, Stephanie can tell you more about it, but guess what? And I just had to blurt it out. And Felicia Blair was blown away. She said, that is wonderful. And she said that she's always looking for things to do, best practice, share with other states in her region. And she's going to share this. So thank you, thank you, thank you. With that, Liz, back to you.
Thank you, Mr. Elroy. We appreciate the information that you gave us. It's always good to hear those things and to keep that communication open. This is a team effort, and so there's other people who are involved in this as well. April Turner, James Moss, Margaret Dearman. Who am I leaving out, Heather?
April Turner, Annette Huey.
Annette Huey, yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. So,
yeah, I want to intervene for just a second. There is a question in the chat box. The descriptor on case note, you said use Pearl. Isn't the descriptor being tied to service given? It is. Okay, so it is, you must use the Pearl data validation numbers or the descriptor or the phrase of what it is in the descriptor if you're validating a Pearl number. If you're not validating a Pearl number, then I would suggest that you put the service that you're providing in the descriptor. And there was another thing that I wanted to comment on, and this is mostly from my staff because they are new. Eastern has what we call DOL laws, state laws, local laws, and then there's Heather laws. I shouldn't say that, we're still being recorded. But the policy does state that a case note is to be provided each month. That is a true statement in the policy. But for Eastern, because a month could go up to 60 days, you could have November 1st, December 31st. So for Eastern, we are still sticking to you've got to have a case note entered every 30 days. I did want to make that announcement.
no, I think that's a great rule to stick by. Thank you, Heather, for that. And thank you, everybody, for being a part of this today. We will be sending out an email on who won the gift card later. And we will also be putting this training onto the websites, Eastern's website under training. And I believe DWS will be doing that as well. And Miss Stephanie Blair, did you have anything that you would like to say?
You know, I did, but I forgot what I was going to say. My goodness, how did that happen? Other than it was an excellent training, great training. I know what it was. I think it was a great training. I hope, I know everyone received some valuable information and helpful information. So great job again, Liz and Heather. I know the state, we're on here as a state, but to be honest with you, everybody, I do very little other than talk. That's all I do. They let me talk. So thanks, Liz and Heather and the WIOA Training Academy team for letting me talk. That's where the brains are here. So and throughout the state, I just want you to know You have the Heather, James, April, Liz, and everyone. You have probably close to, if not over, 50 years of knowledge and experience that's leading these training efforts. I can't emphasize enough is, of course, there's knowledge of the regulations and the laws that we must follow. But there are things up here that's not written down that this group has. Margaret can tell you about that, Heather, and all of them. So please soak it in, take advantage of it. Also, I just want to say this too. If you have some things you'd like for us, for this team to present or present a training on, please submit that to your manager so they can get them to this group. We've had some great suggestions, but you know your needs better than we do. So please submit those. And I know in January, I think we won't have a training in January. Is that right? Okay, but we'll pick back up in February. So again, just thank you guys. I'm excited. You know, we've been excited for the last 4 months since we started this, and just trying to contain ourselves. But thank you all. That's all I have to say. And thanks, Chief.
Oh, I have an announcement. The winner of the gift card was Elroy Willoughby.
We'll get you a piece of paper that says that, but it probably won't come with the gift card. So
Okay.
Thank you, everybody. To not keep you any longer, everybody can log out. We appreciate it. And Miss Stephanie Blair is a great leader for us, and we appreciate all of her insight and wisdom and help. So we will see you guys in February.
Hey,
Be looking for
Heather,
emails.
let's tell who sponsored don't forget to tell who sponsored this gift card.
Yes, I'm so sorry. That was Southwest.
Yes, so who's gonna step up next? Anyway, thanks.
So thank you, Miss Annette, Miss Renee. We appreciate you all. So everybody, we'll see you in February. Be looking out for emails concerning everything that's going to be taking place.
Y'all have a happy holidays and be safe. Get some rest, everybody. Bye, y'all.
Bye. Take care. Thanks.